Hi, Fernanda, how are you? Hi. I know, I cannot hear you. It's, no, it's not my laptop. Hi, Fernanda, can you hear me? Hi. I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. Okay. Fernanda. Hi, Fernanda. I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? Let's use another device too. Let me get into with another device and let's check if it's my computer, okay?
Recording.
I changed my device for sound. Maybe it's my laptop. Can you hear me, Fernanda? Well, I cannot hear you. I read your message, but it's not possible to hear you. I can see you're not at home. Okay. No, I'm sorry. There is no way I cannot hear you. Well, also my computer is running crazy again. So I'm going to use my cell phone for a minute and then we can go ahead. Patience. Are you out of home? I can see that, right? You're not at home at this moment. Maybe by sending messages, we can talk a little bit. I think it could be a nice idea because at this moment it's not possible to do something extra, something different. Yes, my laptop is running crazy. Well, come back. Okay, if you can go back, would be great, but we only have 15 minutes tonight. So I'm reopening my laptop. Let me show you what I was preparing, the guidelines, the general lines for the case report, and an exercise for working at home, okay? Yes, it's working now. The computer is not running crazy as I was thinking. Well, when we are talking about the case report, we have to consider many details. For example, the grammar rules, specific ones for checking the information, okay? And not making a huge mistake. Let me see, can you watch my screen? No? Okay, it's uploading. Now, maybe now, it's uploaded. No? Give it a minute. I want to run math. Okay, let's do something different. Let's find a solution for this situation. Let me take a picture and then show you, okay? I think this session might be from my cell phone again. Let me take a pic and share it, okay? It was not thought to happen in this way, but we have to look for solutions. And it's easy, the case report, the first step of writing down, because we were talking during the course and during the first slides, during the first presentations, and we were checking that we had some grammar rules to remember. For example, the general data, the general presentation. The general data means not using the full name of the patient, just capital letters for the name, of course, the sex, the occupation, and age. That's all. And we also need to see or to practice the chronological order organizing the symptoms from the beginning and in the end using medical terminology, okay, the medical term. The way you're a vet, it might be, I think, a little difficult because talking about animals sometimes it's not as easy as we think, but we have to try to practice on this. Moreover, we have to consider that everything is important to express in past time, not in present, I mean. If we talk in present time, it's gonna be a huge mistake, and it's not be possible to understand what you are talking about because the patient is not at the moment with you. So in that situation, I mean, if you talk in present, everything is gonna be a mess and nobody's gonna understand the information. I hope we can read this. So if there is no possibility of doing it in the correct way, or we mix the time, we cannot take the importance of this. I don't know if it's clear. Okay, it's official. My laptop is crazy. Cannot reconnect again to this one. At this moment, I'm sharing to to WhatsApp. I'm going to send you a personal message showing you the detail, the file I prepared. And we have an exercise, but we cannot talk. It was my dog. I think you heard her. It's very old. Well, when you talk in past, you consider that all verbs, all presentations, she was or he was presenting, he was, because the patient is not next to you at the moment. And with the chronological information, of course, you consider that making the case report, you don't have to talk about the treatment, anything about medication or another kind of therapy, okay? So if there is no, let's try to share it now. Okay, I'm trying to share again. Can you watch my screen now? Yes, perfect. These 4 topics, these 4 ideas are as a resume that I made while working. As I was telling you, the general data of the patient, chronological order, organizing the symptoms. At this moment, it's not important to send or to talk about the treatment, no medication, no lab reports, just symptoms and general data, and maybe findings. Always write down in past time, never in present. You can use any kind of past time, past continuous tense, I don't know, everything. There's no trouble. In this bubble and this chart, we have an example how we can do it. So the patient is describing the trouble, the problem, and we are writing down the case report specifically from this. And the second is another example, okay? It's like homework, it's not important at this moment. For example, this lady is a 50-year-old housewife. If you consider necessary, you add the capital letters for the name, just capital letters, not the full name, as I was telling you at the beginning. And who had been well until 4 months previously. She's describing the situation. One complaint. She complained in past. You can see here is the key. You complained of tiredness and number 2 and malaise. Malaise we know. I sent you a chart in the second presentation, and I was talking about the way that patients express symptoms, right? Do you remember the chart? And the meaning that we have to check and to translate maybe in order to understand. The patient, he says, I just felt off color and a bit tired. Off color is malaise. Do you remember that? Okay, talking about malaise, you just use the medical term, malaise and tiredness, because she says I'm tired, but of course tired is not, we are going to, she was tired. No, we have to use the correct way of the word, okay? And she complained of tiredness and malaise. 3, she had gained, okay, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I've put on 9 kilos on last year. She gained 9 kilos, right? We said that she had gained 9 kilos weight before a year. And my emotions are hard and my hair starts to fall out. And where is that? Okay, she presented to the GP general practitioner, although she denied it more than usual. She was constipated because of we express it with the emotions are hard. and she noticed that her hair started to fall out. So that's a general idea, a good exercise for start doing this, okay? For start working. Now we have this another chart, the over to you, that is showing us this case report that is very short. It's talking about a 60-year-old man, and underlined we have the symptoms, and we have to change them for the medical term. And we have to make the report, the case report. For example, I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. The case report might be a 60-year-old man presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. He also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. You can see the difference by writing and reading how the patient's expression gives the idea and how we have to change, right? I'm going to send you this chart to everybody that comes to the workshop, and the homework I'm gonna send tomorrow, okay? So Fernanda, let me send you the pool for your attendance. And let's start. Can you watch the pool? Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. So let me send you this file until while finishing the workshop to your personal WhatsApp. Check it, and any question, please let me know via message, okay? Okay, so see you, my dear. Bye-bye. Hey, Gabriela, how are you?
Hi, teacher. Fine, thank you. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I closed my microphone by accident, but well, now again, I'm combining devices. So, well, you see. I'm gonna,
Okay.
can you watch the screen now?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Okay, we are going to talk about the case report. This is a general guideline that I'm writing. I prepared it by myself. Yeah, I'm proud of it. Because we don't have certainly a book that is teaching this kind of writing down. It's indeed during the med school. And we got it by, maybe by practicing in United States. I'm not really sure about it. But when I found some information how to do it, there was a mess, a huge kind of information that was not easy to understand. That's why I decided to prepare this, just the most important points, topicals, the topic ideas, for considering that it's easy to understand and start writing. Of course, there are more details to prepare, but now at this moment, that's the most important part, okay?
Okay.
For example, when we write down the case report, we have to consider that we are using medical terminology just, not another kind of words, okay?
Okay.
No non-medical, non-legos expressions for making it understandable. There's no problem, okay? The most important part is to write down a very short paragraph showing the general idea. About the writing way, we have to consider the general data of the patient. We don't write down the full name of the patient, of course. In this box, in this bubble, is a lady that is talking to us about some symptoms that she has, how she's feeling at this moment. And this box is showing us the case report from this case. Okay. So you can see in this first line, we just express the age, the sex, and the activity, and that's all. Right?
Yes,
the occupation.
Name or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to add the name because you consider it's important, you can do it by using capital letters, not the full name. Okay. For example, in your case, you are Gabriela Agreda Zambrana. So you write down ACG, and that's all. The capital letters from the last name, the second last name, and then your name, okay? Not the full name, because it's not considered necessarily, because before the case report, you have a chart expressing the full information of the patient. So you don't need to repeat information again. Is that okay if you use the capital letters or not? That's the idea. Age, of course, is important, and the occupation, of course, because we know the occupational risks, right?
Yes.
In order to get the ideas and everything we know about the medical stuff. Considering the general lot of the patient, we can start, for example, like this. The lady is telling us, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off of color and a bit tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. You can see how the patient is talking. She's using the medical term, the common ways of talking about symptoms. Do you remember the chart I sent in the second presentation?
Yes, I can.
That's the key for answering these topics at this moment. You got the idea how the patient expressed, and then got the words for making the translation of symptoms, maybe. Considering this, you don't use the terms of the patient as I was telling you. You express with the medical words, okay? Medical expressions that we are talking during this class assignment. Right. Okay. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. My emotions are hard, and my hair has started to fall out. Going to the case report, to your report, you said a 50-year-old housewife who had been well until 4 months previously. You got this. Let's go to the key. I never could memorize the key. That's, yes, even in the med school, it was so hard for me memorizing. You don't know how I hate to do that. If I don't understand,
Yeah,
simply I don't understand, and we have to check another way of writing down. Well, but at this moment, she complained. You can see it's in past. Why in past? Because we have to check this. Of course, the chronological order, we have to respect, to take in account how the order of the symptoms that the patient is telling to us. And we have to try to use the same order, but changing from the Lego expression to the medical term expression, okay? At this moment, it's not important to send me the treatment. It's not important to talk about medication or I don't know, the treatment that he's taking. Doesn't matter, just symptoms, okay?
Okay, just the first part.
Yeah, this first part, while the complaints of the patient, just symptoms. Don't take in account, don't worry about the physical examination. We are going to work on this next week.
Okay.
Okay. Always write down in past time. That's why. She complained of tiredness and just fell off color and a bit tired. Do you remember fell off color? The off color expression? To feel off color.
Like,
okay, don't worry.
No color.
No.
Yeah.
When we make the translation, it's malaise. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
She complained of tiredness and malaise, right? She had, I've been feeling completely worn out. Do you remember the meaning of worn out? Again, malaise, to go out. Maybe they repeat symptoms with another expressions, but we have to make as a resume with medical term. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. She had gained 9 kilos weight in the last year before. before she presented to her GP. GP is general practitioner. Okay, to the GP. Although she denied eating more than usual. So you can see we are describing the symptoms, maybe exchanging a little bit the order of the sentence the patient expressed, but we are not changing the chronological order she's telling to us, right? And then she was constipated, because you remember this expression, my motions are hard. She was constipated, and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. At this moment, looks easy to write down the case report, right?
Yes.
But
It's just like
yes, but going to another case, to another patient, could be not very easy to do. That's why we are going to have homework from this topic. I'm going to send some cases and you're going to send me back the case reports. I'm going to send it tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Now I have this over to you. Yeah. Write a short case report about the 60-year-old man. And you have how the patient is expressing this situation. I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn down after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. You have underlined the expressions for translating to the medical term. Going to the answer, because it's for practice at this moment.
Okay.
Over to you. Yeah, a 60-year-old man presented to his GP. You are the general practitioner at this moment. Presented to his GP with haven't been myself, malaise for several months. I feel completely worn down, fatigue for several months, right? He also complained of being off my food, anorexia, and lost 10 kilos on weight, and weight loss of 10 kilos. You can notice here clearly how the sentence is different, right? How the expressions change the way of talking, but not change the meaning.
Yeah, it's the same, but another way to express.
Yes. The second, well, the answer of the over to you job is like an elegant way to express this, reporting a situation. We are reporting to the one that is going to treat this. Okay.
Okay.
When we got this idea, this way of writing down, it's easier to maybe to go ahead and then continue.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
let's easy. Yes, now checking this, those two examples, it's easy. Well, maybe easy to make, and it's not as easy as we think. We have to practice. Okay, yeah. I send you the pool. Can you watch it?
Yes, I can.
Perfect.
Okay, I think it's okay.
Okay, perfect. So that's all. Tomorrow I'm gonna send the homework, okay?
Okay.
And with the homework, we are going to work on this and practice and get the idea. And the key answer, I hope I can send it tonight, just to the ones to send me the homework. You send me homework, I'm going to send you back the answer sheets.
Okay, it's okay for me.
Okay, Gabriela, so have a nice weekend. I'm gonna ask in the group, but now I can ask you. Monday, we have holiday. We have a feriado.
Yes. Here, yeah, it's feriado.
we are supposed to have a theoretical class, but now it depends on you if you want to come into the class or maybe change the schedule a little bit.
I don't have a problem. Well, it's okay for me. I think that I am gonna have fun. So let's talk with the group.
Okay, I'm gonna ask everybody.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to make a pool on WhatsApp, yeah, and then we're going to get the answer.
Okay. See you, teacher. Goodbye.
Okay. See you. Bye bye. Hi, Natalia. How are you?
Hi, Miss.
Hi,
I'm good.
Natalia.
What about you?
Oh, that's nice to see you. Did you check the information I sent to you?
Yes, teacher. I have a question with the letter. I think I understand everything, but the letter. Yes.
The letter of referral, right?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, let me know. Okay, let me, which one is your question? Let me open the slides and then share the screen.
I don't know if there are steps to do this or it's more like, I don't know.
No, we have a chronological order.
Okay.
Yesterday, checking the referral letter and considering the details is a sample job, I mean, for understanding the case report. But we are going to work on the letter of referral next week with the full time that we need, okay? It has an order of expression. I'm going to send you the file giving you these tips, these grammar tips, and it's gonna be easy to do, okay?
Okay, Miss.
So don't worry about it. Now, can you watch my screen? It's an open file.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
okay, now we have to start working on this case report, okay? When we talk about the case report, we have to consider that it's one of the most important steps in the medical information, I mean, because if you don't do it in the correct way, you're going to make a huge mistake. Why? It's the basis of the clinical report, of the clinical history. The most important part in the clinical history in Spanish, do you know which one is?
Not yet, Miss. I haven't learned that in university.
No, es la historia de la enfermedad actual. It's the most important part because the patient is telling you all the symptoms that he is suffering, maybe. And you have to consider that if you don't take the correct information in Spanish or English, your way of taking the rest of the information might be wrong. And that mistake is hard to repair, I mean, because in that way, if you try to repair it, you maybe write down everything again, and that's not the objective.
Okay.
Talking about the case report, you have, well, 4 ideas to remember all the time. Of course, they can change a little bit, but not in a huge way, I mean.
Okay.
For example, we have these 4 ideas are the ones that I am collecting through the practice, could be, because while reading books or articles explaining this may be very confusing. That's why these topics are just going to the point, okay?
Okay.
First of all, in this bubble, we have a lady that is expressing, is telling us the symptoms she feels. So taking this information, as I was telling you in the last presentations, we have to translate the Lego, the common expression, to the medical term. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In that order, we go this. We don't write down the full name of the patient in this box in the case report. We just go to the year, to the age, to the sex, and to the occupation, and that's all. If we consider necessary, we can add capital letters for the name. For example, you are Natalia Aramayo Quiroz. You can write down AQN, and 24 years old, student, med student, and that's all. That's the general data we need. It's the same if you don't write down the capital letters. Why not? Because the previous box into the clinical history in the American one and the England history is it's a full box asking for the general data, and there is all the information you need. It's not another page, it's just a box before this information. That's why it works. And the patient, we have to consider the chronological order, organizing the symptoms, not changing the way the patient is telling to us, just organizing the idea for a grammar weight for being understood. At this moment in the case report, it's not important the treatment to express or to send the treatment. It's not important to tell what she's taking, what kind of pills, exercise. That doesn't matter. Just talk about symptoms, okay?
Okay.
And always write down in past time, past continuous sentence. That's okay. Just the simple past time. That's the idea. Every time in past, because the patient, at the moment you send the case report, the patient is not going with the case report, so it's not possible to talk in present.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, the symptoms are situations that happen in past, and now the patient is telling to us. Okay?
Okay.
Going to the example. The lady tells to the doctor, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off of color and I'd be tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day until this point.
Okay.
So the doctor is writing down a 50-year-old housewife who has been well until 4 months previously. Let's go to the answers. I'm extremely bad for memorizing. So let me organize this.
Okay.
She complained, you see it's in past, complained of tiredness, and I just fell off color, tiredness, and a bit tired. But lately I've been feeling completely worn out. Do you remember the meaning of worn out with the medical terms? I sent it in the box. Okay, worn out at the end of the day. Tiredness and malaise. We are translating, as I was telling you. Do you remember that?
Yes. Okay.
She had, well, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. GP is general practitioner, okay? The general doctor. Although she denied eating more than usual. You can see the sentence that the patient said is the same. We are expressing in another order, supporting that she's not eating anymore. She's not eating more than usual, but she's gaining weight, okay?
Okay.
My motions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. So you can see she was constipated because motions are hard, it's expressions, right? And she noticed that her hair has started to fall out. So checking this chart, comparing with this, you can see it's the same information and the same order of the symptoms. What's the difference? The case report looks looks elegant could be, looks going to the point with another kind of vocabulary, but expressing the same idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have another example here. Over to you. Write a short case report about the 60-year-old man. We have underlined the expressions that we have to translate. And we have the answer. Yeah. For example, I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've been lost 10 kilos in weight. Checking the box I sent with symptoms, with the expressions of the patients and the translation to the medical term, it's easy to check these expressions and then translate.
Mm-hmm.
And we go to the case report. A 60-year-old man presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. He also complained of anorexia, being off my food, and weight loss 10 kilos.
Okay.
Using the same information, but using another kind of words and expressions, right?
Right.
Any question at this moment?
No, teacher, but we have to learn to translate, right? As you said, the
Yes,
terms that.
yeah. When you take it in practice, it's easy to make the translation of the expression to the medical term. It's the same as in Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to use exactly the same words that the patient says, but you have to organize the idea to make it clear. In a case report in Spanish, en la historia de la enfermedad actual, we use the expression of the patient. Do you remember that, right?
Yes.
We said how he is feeling, how maybe using landmarks showing the exactly way the patient is talking because of legal situations. But in English, it's not the same. We have to make this change in order to talk with colleagues, to share information with more, in a polite way, I mean. If there is a difficult situation and you consider necessarily to write down the expression of the patient, you use landmarks and you support why you are writing down that way, because it's not correct.
Okay.
Using this way of changing is the way that Americans especially do this.
Wow. Okay, Miss.
Okay. So I'm the worst of memorizing. I cannot do that. It's not easy for me.
Yeah.
But it's better by practicing to get the ideas, and you are indeed catching everything, getting the meanings, and it's while practice. But if it's possible, perfect. If it's not possible, don't worry. I'm going to send homework tomorrow with some clinical situations for making case reports, and I'm going to send tonight, I hope, the answer key of homework.
Okay.
And with that, you can check your answers, and that's all. Okay?
Okay, teacher.
Any question at this moment?
No, I think that everything's clear, Miss.
Okay, perfect. Let me send you the diary pool, okay?
Okay.
Let me know if you can watch it. Because again, I'm using two devices because my laptop is running crazy. It's not.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, okay, let me share it again.
Okay.
Oh.
You can see it.
Okay, perfect. You can watch it? Right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Please fill the pool. It's for attendance, and that's all.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss.
So on Monday we have holiday, right? So
Right.
I want to ask you if it's that okay if we get our theoretical class, or if you prefer to exchange the days for working.
For
That's
me?
okay for me. Yes, for you. Which one is your personal opinion?
Yes, teacher, I don't have problem to have the class. For me,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask for at the end to the rest of the group, to everybody, and then with that idea, we can take a decision, okay?
Okay, teacher.
Because if we exchange a day, maybe the final test is gonna move, and it's
Okay.
not possible. It's not possible. Everything's gonna change in the schedule at this moment.
Okay, no, it's okay, Miss.
Okay, so
Okay, teacher.
have a nice weekend, my dear. See
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, teacher. See you. Good night.
Good night. Okay. Well, Dr. Kondamite is in an emergency now. Message. So patient. Order. It's nice. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'm expecting my next student. Dr. Kundemaita sent a message when he was supposed to get into the workshop. He's with a critical patient, I understand. So he's gonna come at the end. That's okay for me. There is no problem. And now my sister is gonna start her classes. I don't want to have more trouble like yesterday, so I'm going to find some megas, yeah. What? I'm going to find some website in order not to lose this slide, this information. Mhm. Mhm. We have 5 minutes. And then let me check who's the next. Who's the next? Who's the next? Mhm. Okay, it happened like my connection is running crazy again. Well, patience. I know it will happen. I know it will happen, but it's not correct. Okay, it's opened again. Oh, Rachel is going to come. I always have disturbances with her. Well, patience. She's a great girl. She likes working. Let me see if we can. Let me see if I. Let me see if I can go to mine. Let's move this here. And let's go ahead. Third one. Okay. I'm buying some megas. And let's try to solve this if we have more problems with the internet in my laptop. But there's no way of knowing that. It's not uploading. Let's get some extra. I'm sorry. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Michelle is supposed to come now. Let's wait a little bit. There's no information. Do-de-do, da-de-do-de-do. Da-da-da-de-do. What's tired and worn out? Sharing. Let's try to solve this thing now. Do-de-do-de-do-de-do. Let's do it. Sure. Where the hell is that? Okay. That's okay. Rachel is not coming. Let me see. Yes. Hi, Rochelle.
Can you listen me, doctor?
Yes, we can listen to you now. How
Hi,
are
sorry.
you?
All good. I don't know, but the Zoom, I think that it was not working for me today.
Yes, I told you, devices run crazy. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Well, patience, yeah. But it's easy to solve in your case, don't worry. Okay, can you listen to me?
Yeah, I can listen to you.
Okay, well, as you can see, I'm working with two devices again. If one fails, I have the file opened in another place, so we can do it. I take this situation on hands now. Well, let's go to the point. Tonight, we have to talk about the case report, the guidelines for doing this in an easy way, okay? Moreover, we have to consider that writing down a case report, well, if we look in the medical literature, maybe expressing in that way, it's a very long information and rounds a lot, and it's kind of mess. That's why I took the general ideas in order to get the specific points for working, not for going ahead with all the information, okay?
Okay.
So, as 4 important points I can express, we consider this. First of all, write down a brief paragraph. It's not long. It's just going to the point we have to express. Just talking about symptoms. The case report, if we translate to Spanish, is the historia de la enfermedad actual, for making it easier. Okay. When we talk about the case report, we present the general data of the patient. We don't write down the full name. We can use capital letters, but not the full name, because the full name is a chart, is a box that is before this case report. So we don't have to repeat details that we have, the same as in Spanish. As going to the point that we can try to use information in the best way, okay? We consider the chronological order of the situation without changing the order that the patient is given to us. And we have to organize the symptoms. When I say organize, I mean that we have to translate the common term to the medical terminology, okay? At this moment, it's not important, the treatment. You don't have to talk about medication. It's not the way. Unless the medication is an important part of the situation, it's a cause of a symptom, maybe it could happen. And always write down in past continuous tense, simple past tense. It depends on the sentence you're expressing down, and you have to consider this, okay? In this bubble, we have a patient, a lady that is telling us her complaints. She is telling to us, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired, but lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. This box is an example of the case report. The general data, a 50-year-old housewife, the occupation, of course, is part of the general data because of the risks. Going ahead, who has been well until 4 months previously. And then we start exchanging her expressions, right? We can say, for example, let's go to the key. I'm awful memorizing. She complained of tiredness because she was a bit tired and fell off color, malaise. Do you remember that meanings I sent in a chart in the second presentation, right?
Yes.
So now you have in past and you have the medical term. You are exchanging the meanings in order to write down correctly. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I've put on 9 kilos in the last year. How we say it into the medical term? She had gained, right? She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented or gone to her GP. Although she denied eating more than usual. You can see we are expressing the same situation in a different way, okay?
Okay, doctor.
My emotions are hard, emotions are not normal, and my hair has started to fall out. She was constipated, and she noticed that her hair started to fall out. So you can see, no common expressions, just medical terminology, right? And then
Yes.
we consider this new way of writing down for practicing, for taking in count, and considering that it's elegant while talking to colleagues. You're going to travel to Malaysia, so they use these kind of expressions, I think, but maybe
Yes.
with other details, because it changes depending on the area, on the region you are working on. Here we
Okay,
have
doctor.
another example. This is a 60-year-old man, and he says, I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food, and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So you can see the expressions that we have to change are underlined. All of them are in present. Going to the key. A 60-year-old man presented to his GP general practitioner with malaise, haven't been myself, and fatigue for several months. Completely worn out it's fatigue. Do you remember that, right? He also complained of anorexia, being off my food, and weight loss 10 kilos. So you can check the same information in a different way of writing down. That's all.
Yes.
So taking this information, I'm going to send the file while finishing the workshop. And you are maybe able to start practicing and doing homework, okay? I'm going to send the homework tomorrow, like this, as the last week. And that's all at this moment. Any question from this part?
No, I understand. We only have to change some words for describe better, right?
Yes, for making a medical description.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's like in Spanish. We don't use always the same. We don't use all the expressions that the patient said. We have to exchange some of them in order to get a better clinical
Understand.
report. But
yeah,
what's the difference? In Spanish, we can, thank you for the poll. In Spanish,
yes.
we can use landmarks to express the complete idea of the patient without changing the expressions because of a legal situation. In English, it's not the idea. Okay?
Okay, doctor, I understand.
Perfect. So I'm going to send it and have a nice weekend. See you next week.
Thank you so much. I already filled the questionnaire.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Angelica. How are you?
Hi, Doc. Good, and you?
Fine. Having lots of job. But everything's okay. We are going ahead.
That's important.
Yes. Can you watch my screen? We have
Yes.
Okay. We have to start talking about the case report, and I prepared these guidelines by myself. I'm proud of it.
Okay.
So we have to talk about it because when we look information for the rules, maybe for writing out the case report or the steps for doing it, it's very mixed information. So while reading and looking for that, I found that those 4 topics are the most important ones in order to make it easier.
Okay.
And well, we have as a conclusion, yeah, these topics, these ways of doing this. For example, all case reports are done using medical terminology. And we have to write down a brief paragraph. It's very short. It's not going with lots of ideas, not rounding situations. There's no way of doing it, okay?
Okay.
And when we start writing down to do it, we consider the general data of the patient, what it means. And we consider that we don't use the full name of the patient, for example. If we want to do it, we just use capital letters. For example, you are Angelica Fontova Peña, right?
Yes.
You write down FPA, just that.
Okay.
Your name and your capital, your name, okay?
Okay.
Don't use the full name, as sometimes you have to write down in Spanish, because it's not necessary. Why not? Because in the first part of the clinical history, we have a box for filling the data, for giving that information, and we have to try it for not repeating that information in many places. It's not practical to do.
Okay.
Well, if you repeat and repeat ideas, well, your job is not well done. So just we write down capital letters. If it's necessary, you can do it or not, there is no problem. The information that has to stay is age, sex, and occupation. For example, in this box, 50-year-old housewife. It's a lady, it's a woman, right? Then we have to consider the chronological order, organizing the symptoms. The chronological order, of course, we don't exchange the symptoms of the patient. At least the patient is mixing information or something like that. We organize from the beginning and to the end, taking into account when everything appeared and change the patient. Notice that. In English, usually patients don't mix information as Latin patients. They tell you, a year ago I was with that, but a few months ago I started with this, and making a mess, right?
Yes.
It's different. It's completely different the way of talking. So they talk organized because they practice previously the medical appointment, but with that idea, they can work on this. When I said organize the symptoms, I'll give a minute for sharing again the screen.
Okay.
When I for sharing, organizing the symptoms, I mean, you have to translate the common expression to the medical expression, to the medical term.
Okay.
Do you remember the second presentation in the slides? I sent a box in the part of symptoms where I was showing you a box when the patient expressions, the meaning, and the common and the medical term. We have this chart.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, considering that chart, at this moment, you can start practicing and taking in account the medical expressions.
Okay.
That's when you organize, you translate the ideas, and then you can work on them. Okay.
Okay.
Moreover, let me know when you watch the screen. Okay.
Okay.
At this moment, it's not important to talk about the treatment. The pills is taken for controlling symptoms, unless one medication, one drug caused a problem. Okay.
Okay.
If there is no problem of with the medication, don't mention it. It's not necessary. It's extra information that has a place to be, and it's going to be ahead. It's not at this moment. And one of the most important parts, always write down in past time. Simple past, past continuous, that's no problem. Use past time, please.
Okay.
If you talk in present, it's a huge mistake. Why? The patient is not at the moment when your colleague or someone is doing the case report. That's why it has to be in past. If you talk in present, well, it's a way of being the pet of the group. So don't do that. Americans love to make fun of Latins. We know this. Racism is in that way. England's better. They don't like to do that in that order, but they consider that not unpolite, not writing down in past time. So we have to take it in as a clear idea. Okay.
Okay.
A clear example that we have for this is this bubble when a lady is telling us a situation, and we have these case reports for filling blanks. I'm awful memorizing, that's why I have the key here. And with the key, we are going to complete this. The lady says, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. The lady is showing us some symptoms in the common expressions. How we must translate this. Okay, let's go to the case report. We have, first of all, the general data. A 50-year-old housewife, not capital letters because I told you it's not necessarily all the time, who had been well until 4 months previously. She says few months, but talking to her, now we know that it's 4 months maybe. She complained, you can see it's in past. She complained of tiredness and malaise, fell of color and a bit tired. Bit tired, tiredness, and fell of color, malaise.
Okay.
Okay, let me check from another device.
Okay.
Because it's not correct at this moment. So you can see the difference, right? In that way, if we got this difference, we can start considering that making this translation, well, we have to memorize that kind of symptoms. Okay, please let me know when you watch my screen.
Okay. Still.
Okay, it's uploading. It's uploading, so give it a minute.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
no.
So you have the malaise and she complained of and malaise. Let's translate. She had, okay, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. She had gained. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. GP is general practitioner. Okay. Medical professional. Although she denied eating more than usual. So you can see the patient, she starts telling us that she was not eating more than usual, but we used it at the end because of the chronological order we have to organize. Okay.
Okay.
Going ahead, she says, my motions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. 5, she was constipated because motions are hard, and she noted her hair had started to fall out.
Okay.
So checking this, you see it's the same information in a brief paragraph without mixing the order that the patient says, but we organize the ideas in an elegant way of talking maybe, okay? It's very polite how we are expressing at this moment. Here we got another example. This is a 60-year-old man, and he says, I haven't been myself for several months. I'm gonna share the screen again, give me a minute.
Okay.
Well, I have not been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. If you hear that, now you got the idea that you have some symptoms there, right?
Yes.
But it's easy while reading, but listening could be difficult. That's okay. We can go there. And reading, we consider the change. The patient is talking to us in present. As I was telling you, we exchange everything to past.
Yes.
And let me share the screen. It's opening.
Okay.
And it is. Now you can see this, right? We have the bubble,
Yes.
and then going to the answer. A 60-year-old man presented to his GP with have not been myself with malaise for several months now. I feel completely worn out and fatigue for several months. Right? He also complained of I've been off my food, anorexia, and weight loss of 10 kilos, and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So you can see here we are not talking about medication, not talking about the information, just the symptoms the patient is referring to us. Okay. Until this point, we are going to work on this week.
Okay.
So, any question about this?
Not really clear everything.
It's clear, right? It's easy taking in count these 60 days. It looks easy now, but while doing by yourself, it's not by experience. But don't worry, we're going to have a moment for doing this, okay?
Okay, perfect.
So tomorrow afternoon, like the same as the last week, I'm gonna send homework and then you can check it, okay?
Okay, perfect.
So let me send you the poll. And can you watch this?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. It's done.
Okay, thank you so much. So, I don't know what I did. I changed the file. Well, that's no problem. I don't know. I think I add a letter. Okay. So, I think that's all at this moment. That was the idea I prepared. Yeah, I'm gonna send maybe a paragraph like this, or maybe a dialogue. It depends on the information I found full in full terms, and I'm gonna send it. Okay, maybe 3 or 4 cases for writing down, and don't worry, you're going to do it. It's not as hard as it looks, but it needs practice.
Yes. With practice, everything is done. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, dear. So that's all, and see you Monday. Okay.
Okay. See you Monday, Doc. Have a good night.
Bye, Angelica. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Natalie.
Hi, Doc. Good night.
Good night. Natalie, may I ask you for a favor, please? I have a file to exchange from device. Could you give me a minute?
Yes, it's okay.
Thank you so much. I'm going to stop my video and my sound, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Miss, I can hear you.
Perfect. And let me know, can you watch my screen?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry for leaving this meeting a minute, but I had to exchange a file in order to prevent any difficulty with the web. Okay. So,
Okay, Doc.
talking about the case report, we were okay. Talking about the case report, we have to consider that it is one of the most important parts in the clinical history. It's a fact. Okay. When we translate the case report into Spanish, it's the Historia de la Enfermedad Actual. Did you talk about it at the university at this moment? Maybe did you get information
Yes,
about it?
I think we did.
Okay.
I saw that at the hospitals they put the, I don't know, the general information about the patient, like name, age, and then they start to describe what is happening with the patient. I don't know, abdominal pain, when it started, and things like that.
Yes, that's correct. For example, in the case report in Spanish, we have lots of information to consider: antecedents, pathological situation, previous medication, many things that are very common at this moment to consider. And now, talking in English, it's not the same information. It's not the same way of doing that. Because in English, we go to the point. We got the general idea, the most important facts, without mixing information, without taking the information that at the moment it's not necessarily. I mean, in the clinical history, at the beginning of the page of the sheet, we have a box taking the general data: name, age, occupation, location, and all of the points we need to consider and to check. In order we have that information at the beginning, we don't have to repeat that in the case report. We just go to the point and the most important facts. Taking that idea, we consider these points in order to organize in a correct way. These points, well, I wrote them, all of them. I took the information, considering that looking for a book could be a mix. It's not too easy to understand, but we can use it as a guide for not mixing the information. It's going just to the point for making it easier. For example, at the beginning, you just use medical terminology, not like in Spanish. In Spanish, you might read the phrases of the patient with landmarks. You can see the specific expressions. Well, it's very complete in that order, but it's because a legal situation that we have to cover by ourselves. In other countries, there's no problem, because if we talk with the words of the patient, we are mixing, or we are showing that we are not prepared for doing that, because we are not using the vocabulary that we have to use to try to learn and practice with that. It's not correct to do it in that way. Just medical terminology, so I've been telling you from the beginning of the course until this moment. And of course, it's a brief paragraph. It's not too long, it's not taking rounds, no rounding information, no repeating data. About the general data of the patient, you have to consider that you don't write down the name of the patient again, because you got it in the first box, as I was telling you. If it's important, you consider it necessarily, you can write down capital letters. I mean, for example, you are Natalie Rigoyen Cordero, right? You write down ICN. Yes. ICN, that's all. The capital letters of the most important part of your name. Not the complete name, it's not important. Or like is in this example, You don't write down anything about the name because you have to complete the full name at the beginning of the chart, at the beginning of the clinical report. You have to talk about the age, the sex, and the occupation. Why occupation? Because we know the risk of, can you listen to me? Natalie?
I couldn't hear you.
Okay, let's go again.
I don't know if it's my internet connection.
Maybe because I bought megas, yeah. I'm not working with Wi-Fi at this moment. I got another connection. Hi, I cannot listen to you.
Yes.
Okay,
now can you hear me?
Yes, not clearly, but I can understand the idea.
Okay.
Okay, so going ahead, you consider just the age, the sex, and the occupation. Why the occupation? We know the risk of every occupation, of every kind of job. That's why we consider this just at this moment. If you have it at the bottom of the box, there's no trouble. We have to repeat it, and at this moment, that's the only data you repeat, okay?
Okay.
At this moment, it's not important the treatment. If the patient took pills for treating the symptoms, no trouble. You don't have to mention that. That is not important. There is a place to write down that part, but it's not a topic at this moment. Moreover, if the patient is taking a medication for a chronic disease, for example, hypertension, you don't have to talk about it at this moment. It goes in another time. It has a place to talk about it. We are going to work on this in the module 2. So taking that idea, you must remember that everything you have to write down in past time. But simple past, past continuous, there's no trouble. It's your choice how to write down. But always in past. Why not in present? Because the patient is not with you at the moment of doing that. Okay? When you go and report the case report, you are not with the patient next to you, or the doctor that is receiving the report is not going to evaluate the patient again. It's trusting on the information in receiving, okay? In that order, we can check this example. I'm awful memorizing, so we are going to the key. This is a lady that is telling us some symptoms, and we have this information. The general data is expressed here, is written down, and we said this. I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired, but lately I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. Let's go ahead. First, general data. A 50-year-old housewife who has been well until 4 months previously. 4 months is because we were asking for, and we take in count that there were 4 months. And then we start organizing the ideas. She complained, we have the key, she complained of tiredness because of the burnout, and we got to be tired, and fell off color, malaise. Do you remember this meaning? I sent a chart with the common expressions, the meanings, and the medical term, the possible translations, right?
Yes, yes.
She complained of tiredness and malaise. Until this moment, the idea is clear, right? So in that order, we got that the information is easy to make, would be a way of telling that. Give a minute to share it in the screen. I disconnected by a mistake. Okay, let me know when you can watch it, okay? I'm going ahead with the lady's description.
Okay, easy.
Yeah, it's uploading. Give it a minute, please.
Okay.
It says, I'm not eating any more than usual. but I put on 8 kilos in the last year. So now we can see how patients tell us the idea of the symptoms, but we have to change again. Going ahead. Okay, can you see the paragraph?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. We are here in the number 3. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. GP, general practitioner. Okay.
Okay.
Although she denied eating more than usual. Until this moment, we are exchanging the order of the idea, changing few sentences, but not changing the meaning and the chronological order the patient is talking about, right?
Yes.
Moreover, we have, I pushed again, it's not easy. Why not? It's not opening my file. And my devices are running crazy again. I don't know what's going on.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry, it's not
Okay.
possible. It was supposed to correct it. Okay, can you watch my screen now again?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you see, we've changed a little bit the order of the expression, but in the way of organizing the correct idea, okay? We're making the chronological order. She gained 9 kilos and then she got to the general practitioner. And then she recognizes she's not eating more. So we get the chronological order of these expressions, okay? Going ahead, she says, my emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. And we translate. She was constipated and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. So you see, we change the common expression to the medical terminology, right?
Yes.
Let's go to a second example. Here we have this box, and it's an example from a 60-year-old man. It's underlining all the expressions we have to translate, okay? The patient says, I have not been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So you can see he talks in present because of the complaints. And now making the report, we say, a 60-year-old man presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. You see how we organized a different expression, but the same meaning and same chronological events, right? He also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. Do you catch the meaning, right?
Yes.
That's the way of doing this. Practicing, we can catch the idea and get the correct meanings. Until this moment, any question? I think it's clear.
No. Yes, I think we have to practice more and that's it.
Okay, I send you the poll. Can you watch it?
Yes, I already answered.
Okay, thank you so much. So in that order, I'm going to send you this file at the end of the class in order to get the idea of how we are going to work on this, okay?
Okay.
And then we can practice with the job I'm gonna send. So do homework, that's all. And don't worry if you make a mistake, that's my fact. We have to practice, and making mistakes is the best way.
Okay, and Doc, you are going to send us the answers for the first homework?
Yes, I hope I can do it tonight because I've been out of time. My kids are sick. So it's not easy to work with when they are sick.
Okay, don't worry.
So as soon as I think I can finish it tonight and send you tonight it. tonight, everything, all the answers, for checking your answers, and that's okay. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Doc.
Okay, so have a good night.
Have a good night, Doc. See you on Monday.
Okay, see you Monday. Bye-bye. Okay, with Natalie, that's all. Yeah. Let me check. Well, let me check who's supposed to come now. Lucia. Oh no. Okay, at this moment is supposed to come Dr. Pamela Sarabi from Oruro. She's a gynecologist and obstetrician, and she was ready for coming to the class, but she sent me a message explaining me that she has an emergency on her job. She's on duty now, and well, I understand she cannot come tonight. And well, patients, I understand the situation. It's not easy. She's so brave. That's a specialty I've never considered to do. Well, let's understand her. She always comes. That's the job. Emergency. I don't have a way to say no to this. Patience. I think she might come now in 10 minutes. She asked for permission. She's not coming. She's not attending the class. And I really understand it. So let me answer some messages in order to be organized. Hmm. You cannot miss. Okay, I'm talking to Dr. Karen Flores from Cochabamba, and she's telling me that it's not possible for her to come at the time she's supposed to be. She's being absent in some activities. Okay, and well, and she's asking for coming at the usual moment, but I don't consider it's okay because she never comes. She didn't send homework. She's not showing a way of doing this. She says she cannot at the moment she received the message. I don't know why, but I'm tired of this situation. She's gonna make a trouble. I'm sure of this. I don't know why. I'm sure she's gonna make a trouble about it. I know that kind of people, and well, patience. My tummy is all disorganized. Anything? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Understand. What is that? But consider that the workshop is just tonight. Try to be now. Try to be that moment. And let me find a solution with the supervisor. I have things major now situation. Let's try to do tonight. Not maybe yeah, absence. Talk the supervisor tomorrow and collect her opinion. So this student is thinking, that because she has a baby, a 5 months baby, it's not easy for her. That's a lie. Well, patience. Tonight. No, on the way. We do this. Sorry. Yesterday, at the end of the class, I said all about this change and for the ones who did participate in order to consider that and try not to move the cello. Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything. That is why they sent the hero. Considering all the that's a lie. That's a lie. That's an excuse. I'm sorry, an excuse. But patience. On the and the attendance. This. Try to come now. 5 months or E. So take care on. The 5 months baby. This is it's easier to take care on. Bye. Hi, Lucia.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Everything's okay, Lucia. Can you hear me? Can you watch me? Because my internet is running crazy.
I can hear you and now I can watch you. Mine is also running crazy.
Yes, I think because it's raining, right? It's very cold tonight and it's usually happen.
Yeah. Must be the rain.
Okay. So, give me a second. I'm sending an important message. Well, that's
Okay.
all.
No worries.
I did it. Yes, yeah. I finished. Yes, yeah. So let me share the screen. Let me put the file first.
Okay.
We have to talk today about the case report. It's one of the most important topics we have to talk about.
Okay.
Please let me know when you watch the screen, okay?
Okay.
Okay, it's open, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the case report is one of the most important topics of this job at this moment. When we talk about it, we consider that it's the way of showing information to our colleagues, our superiors, supervisors, maybe in the hospital, And it takes the most important information, as I was telling you during the course from the beginning until this moment, okay? And in the same way, I've been telling you that we have to use medical terminology, just not mixing common expression or patient expressions. No, that's not the fact in the clinical history in English. It's not the same as in Spanish. Well, now, did you check the clinical history at this moment at the medical school?
Not really, but I had the opportunity to accompany some friends to do some rounds in the hospital, and I got to see like clinical. Oh, can you hear me?
It was not clear. Can you repeat the last phrase, please?
We didn't like have it explained to us, but I had to, because I think we're going to see that this year, but I got the opportunity to take a closer look of one of my friends' homework, or I got to do some rounds in the hospital with a friend, so I know what it is and I know what it is about, like, kinda.
Yeah. Well, when we talk in Spanish about it, you could see in that opportunity that in Spanish we give lots of informations and round ideas a lot, right? We use the patient expressions with landmarks, with hyphens. It doesn't matter, but we use, and we get this information, extra information, this support, in order for avoiding legal situations. I mean, that's why doctors in Latin America rather to write down clearly how the patient talks, because Latins like to change the meanings and use that information in order to get a loyal opportunity to get money. It's easy to understand. With Americans, with in the United Kingdom, in the USA, it's not the same situation. In English, you don't have the opportunity to round an idea too much, because English is a language that goes to the point without rounding. If you want to be clear, you have to be clear. You have to use the idea you got without mixing information, and it's nice, I think, and it's a good way of talking.
Okay.
The key report, you got the first part of the clinical history in English. The key report in Spanish is the Historia de Enfermedad Actual. You could check that. So the case report has the principal information. If you fail it, all the clinical history is wrong, of course. It's the same as in Spanish. If you don't it well, how the situation started, you are not going to take the information in the order you really need to understand what's happening with the patient. That's why you have to consider that in English, we have an order to do this. We have to consider to use just medical terminology and to write down a brief paragraph, not a long one. As much brief as you can is better. And how you can do that? Translating the ideas to the patient from the common expressions to medical terminology. A long expression into a word or two words, right? That's the way. As a general point of view, we have the general data of the patient, but in the general data, like in this box, we don't write down the name as in Spanish. We just write down the age, the sex, and the occupation, like this one, okay? Well, the occupation, of course, because of the risks it's implying, but it's not, if you cannot do it, or if you prefer not to do it, there's not a big trouble. Why not? Because of the beginning of the clinical history, you have a complete box for taking all the general information. I mean, the full name, the date of birth, the location, occupation, health insurance, everything you need about general data. And it's not a practical idea to repeat that information in the case report. That's the way we work. So what you can do it, if you consider that it's necessary to write down the name, for example, of the patient, you just use capital letters. I mean, for example, you are
Sorry, I can hear.
Now, can you hear me? I was
No,
receiving a phone call.
Now I can.
I stopped. We send it out. Now you are, well, for example, you use capital letters, right?
Okay.
Your name is Lucia Villarreal Perrupino, right? You just, for the case report, can write down VFL, and that's all.
Okay.
Capital letters. Got it, that idea?
Yeah, I get it.
So in that situation, we only can put it here, BFL, and then your age and your occupation. For example, 22 years and med school student, and that's all. That's the general data you need at the moment. No antecedents, no pathological situations, nothing at this moment. It has a place in another space. We are going to talk about it in the module 2, so don't worry, okay?
Okay.
Talking about the chronological order, of course, we consider how the patient tells to us the symptoms she has, right? The patient is expressing, is telling. The order they consider. In English, they practice how to talk to the doctor before going to the appointment.
Oh.
In Latin America, we don't do that. We just go and leave all the information, mixing time, and the doctor is running crazy because has to organize when was the beginning, the end, what was new, what was caused by another situation. It's very funny. And when you compare those stories, they're very different. So it's your choice, it's your fact to make the chronological order for reading and making a resume, the same as in Spanish. You organize the ideas and then it's easier. Okay. And of course, making the chronological order, you organize the symptom using the medical terminology. At this moment, looks easy. In this part of this moment, it's not important to talk about the treatment, okay? Could be important if the medication is causing the symptom or the complaining situation. But if that's not the case, don't mention any medication, any drug, anything about treatment, natural treatment or drugs or something like that, okay? And never forget to write down in past time. Okay. Simple past time, past continuous, doesn't matter. You choose the best way of talking and use that grammar point, okay? Okay. Here we have this example that I like too much because it's clear, but I need the key because I'm awful memorizing. You know how I hate to do that.
Yeah, you were telling us about it.
Yes. And we have this bubble when a lady is talking to us some symptoms, okay? And she says, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. So you can see in these lines that you have some expressions, some common ones that you can translate to symptoms. Do you remember in the second presentation, I think, the complete word? In this example, you have to write down the complete word because, well, it's the key. But during homework, that's okay if you use abbreviations. She complained of tiredness and malaise.
Malaise.
Yes, malaise. Malaise is burnout, right?
Yeah, feeling of color. You gave us a lot of, I can mean that.
Or bit tired, worn out. If you check that chart, you are going to see that you have two expressions that go to tiredness. Instead of talking with two expressions or using synonyms, you can use just one and completing the missing one, the malaise, and that's all. Okay. Going ahead. The lady says, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. So now we go. Yes, she had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. GP general practitioner.
Mhm.
Although she denied eating more than usual. So we organized that she's been gaining pounds, gaining kilos for a year before taking the medical assistance,
Mhm.
before going to the appointment. So we have to organize the moment, the time of this, and then organize how we write down. And it's possible to do with practice. Going ahead. My emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. She was constipated and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. So you can see, we got the same information in a brief paragraph with medical term organized in some details, right?
Mhm. And she could also said like she noticed that, oh, she noticed hair loss and even shirt or something like that.
If you use, you notice that her, this last sentence?
Yeah, she noticed hair loss.
Her hair has to fall out. Well, that's the correct way. Or she noticed that she is getting bald, but it's a common expression, not a medical expression.
Okay.
Try to use as much verbs in an elegant way of talking, the most polite way of talking, because it's not easy when you write down in another way and then colleagues, American colleagues, England colleagues, read this and said, no, it's wrong, do it again. It's not a good idea. So considering those ideas, it's, I think, easier to do it. We have this another example. He's a 60-year-old man, and he's telling to us, I have not been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. Everything in present because he's complaining us, okay? Explain the situation and then we have to translate it. We got the key. A 60-year-old man, general data, we don't need the capital letters because we have the data, we have the chart of that. Presented to his GP, he's talking to his GP with first expression, malaise, and fatigue for several months, right? He also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. So you know there's a difference, right, about these expressions and these ones.
Yeah, I definitely noted it.
In this order, we are going to work. I'm going to send homework tomorrow afternoon, and you're going to send me case reports.
Okay.
You got all the keys on the slides, and then I think it could be easier to do, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
I
Lucia.
think it's a very good idea now. Thank you for explaining.
Yes, that's the moment of working this. And now we have to start practicing because it's the most important part at this moment. Okay, I sent you the pool. Can you watch it?
Yes, I already submitted.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Have a nice weekend.
Yeah,
Bye,
same.
Lucia.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Ivana. How are you? Can you listen to me?
Hi. Fine.
How was your day? Everything's okay?
Everything is okay.
Perfect. Well, tonight we have an interesting activity and we don't have too much time. I'm sorry, but let's go. Do you remember we are working and we are talking about the case report all the weeks, I mean, while this, well, about this specific ways of writing down grammar points, some abbreviations, right?
Right.
And I sent some keys for remembering, for preparing this information. Now we are going to give more ways of, more data, more ways of writing down. And then we are going to practice with this, okay?
Okay.
when we got the case report, the guidelines, we have to consider that it is the most important part of the clinical history. Because if we don't take the information in a correct way and we don't organize in a chronological order, we are not be able to prepare or to show the correct diagnosis. In Spanish, it could be the Historia de la Enfermedad Actual, the case report. That's why it's the base of the clinical history in English, in Spanish, and in every way we write down. And we have to consider some details to do this. At the beginning, we just use medical terminology, and all the information we write down in a brief paragraph, as much as we can, as much brief, not longer, not rounding ideas, just going to the point without giving extra information, without giving extra explanations. There is no the facts. You give an extra explanation if you consider it's completely necessary, but if it's not the point, don't do that. That's no way of doing this, okay?
Okay.
You write down the general data of the patient, but you don't write down the full name or something like that. Why not you don't use the name? This is an example of a case report. You don't write down the full name because you have a chart at the beginning of the clinical history, a small space. When you fill out all the information, the full name, occupation, place of job, health insurance, age, date of birth, everything you consider necessary, phone number, contacts, everything for that. And it's not practical to repeat that information in the case report. At least you consider it extremely necessary. You can use just capital letters. For example, your name is Ivana Vargas Ramirez, right? You can write down VRI, and that's all. VRI, I don't know, 25 years old, general practitioner, and that's all. Don't give more details. You don't need more. Why you talk about the occupation? Because we know all the risks that are involved with the occupation, right?
All right.
We only talk about in that way, about general data in that way, in that order. Then we have to consider the chronological order. In Spanish, Latins specifically, give lots of information about the symptom and round ideas a lot, round and round, talking and talking about the same idea, and maybe trying to specify the situation, but it's not necessary to do it in English. In English, we just go to the point with the fact we are talking about. Why don't we round it? Because we can mix information that it's not correct to do. And of course, we try to use the same order of the symptoms that the patient says, depending if it's possible or not. We organize the chronological order of beginning, the chronological onset, and then we can go ahead, okay?
Okay.
When we say organize the symptoms, in that step of organizing the ideas, the moment of onset and everything, we translate from the common expression to the medical terminology. And we write down the medical terminology in that chronological order. And that's all. At this moment, it's not important, the treatment. For example, if you get a patient with high blood pressure, with hypertension, and he says, I have hypertension and I take that and gives you a list of medication. It's not important. You don't have to talk about it in the case report. Don't take it as an important fact. Why not? Because you have ahead in the clinical history a specific place to write down that information. You don't have to mix the case report with another kind of information at this moment. When you talk about medication, when the medication is the cause of the symptoms, okay? If it's not related at that moment, don't consider that. Don't write down. Sometimes in Spanish, we make the mistake about writing down, and we said, we have a patient of 60 years old, a police officer with high BP that takes, I don't know, captopril and lisinopril, for example, as the beginning of the case report, and it's not correct in Spanish. We don't have to do that. We don't talk about pathological antecedents, pathological situations, surgical procedures, nothing like that. Not at this moment. It's not the way of doing this. And finally, as one of the most important ideas, we have to write down in past, simple past tense, past continuous, I don't know, the way you would like to do it, but always in past. Don't mix information, writing down in present, because the patient is not with you when you write down, and the patient is not going to be with you when you report the case to your supervisor or to another colleague. So you talk in past and the patient talks in present. That's a difference to consider. As a first exercise to practice this, I have this, I have this chart and this bubble, and it's about a lady that is complaining of some situations. And you can see, the lady says, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. Going to the case report. General data first. A 50-year-old housewife, we have the age, the sex, and the occupation, who had been well until 4 months previously. How we know there were 4 months? Because from this speech, we were asking for more information and organizing the report, right? She said here, few months, but few months, it's not a number, it's not an exactly moment, an exactly time. That's why we ask for more information and get that there were 4 months previously. And now we start. She complained of tiredness and malaise. Reading until this point, we have some expressions that you can check in the chart I sent to you in the second presentation. It's a chart, it's a box, when you have the common expression, the meaning, and the medical terminology, like a translation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yes. Taking into account that chart, you can do this job. And then if you look for this, you're going to find that 2 expressions are the meaning of tiredness. Instead of repeating 2 times tiredness and making another synonym, you just write down one of them, tiredness, and malaise. Malaise is the other symptom that she's describing, the burnout, right?
Right.
Going ahead, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. Okay, the lady is not eating more, but she's gaining weight. How expressed? She has gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. Now you can see the difference, right? She presented, why we are expressing this? Although she denied it more than usual, we reorganize the idea and we say that she gained the weight before coming to the appointment with the doctor. GP is general practitioner. In some other countries, United States, United Kingdom, and maybe many places in Europe, actually, you first go to the general practitioner and then you can go to the specialty. In Latin America, we can go to the specialty and that's all. There's no trouble. But it's a different health service in other countries. That's why before you go to the GP, to the general practitioner, and then he refers you to the specialty, okay? So she gained weight for a year, then she went to the doctor, and now she's recognizing that it's not eating more than usual. That's the way we get the chronological order. Going ahead. my motions are hard, and my hair has started to fall out. When we talk about motions, we consider if they are hard, liquid, or that. So when they are hard, the patient is constipated. She was constipated, and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out, right? She's losing hair, but we cannot say losing hair because it's not an elegant way. It's not a correct way of talking. It's a ganja. So we have to try to use the most native ways of talking, okay? But in an elegant, in a correct way. A polite expression, I mean.
Okay.
Here we got another example. We have underlined the symptoms for the translation, could be for converting to the medical term. It's about a 60-year-old man. I have not been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So the patient is talking in present, but now we are going to make the case report. General data first, a 60-year-old man. Here we don't have the occupation. The box is not referring to occupation, but doesn't matter. Presented to his GP. He went to the general practitioner with this first one, malaise, and worn out with malaise and fatigue for several months. You see, we organize in order to get a polite way of talking. He also complained of my food of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. So you can see the difference, right? About the ways of expressions, the common and the medical term. And that's all. Until this moment, we are going to work on this with homework. And next week, we have another topic of writing down.
Okay.
At this moment, from these expressions, maybe from these ways of talking.
Any question? You say any question?
Yes, something you would like to talk again, to check, something is not clear, because I'm gonna send homework about it tomorrow in the afternoon. And of course you have to send it me back. And I'm going to check how you wrote down the case reports, and we are going to correct it together.
Okay, I don't have question.
Okay, don't worry. I'm going to send this file to you while finishing the workshop. And then we can start working with this. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, let me send you the pool for your attendance. And yes, can you watch it?
Yes.
Perfect.
And I send it.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ivana. This schedule is okay for you, right?
Can I be the last one?
Do you want to go to the end again?
Yes.
Okay, let's try to do this because a classmate was asking for changing the schedule too.
Yes.
And I was thinking on you, and I said I'm going to talk to her first, and then.
It's.
Now we are here. This doctor wants to exchange. Is that okay 1 hour later?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to exchange her with you, okay? You're going to be at, well, 1 hour later, and she's going to come in at this moment, okay?
Okay, it's fine.
Okay, so let me mark it. And I'm going to talk to her in order to correct it because she told me too late. And I said, what? Why didn't she talk to me earlier? Yeah. And well, patience. I have no answer from the rest. So thank you, Ivana. We are going to exchange it, okay? And I'm going to send it to the group in tomorrow, maybe, or Friday or Saturday. Don't worry. It's going to be clear. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Good night.
Okay, you're welcome. Good night. Have a nice weekend, Ivana.
Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Okay, the situation is corrected. So I'm gonna inspect the rest of the people and then. Okay, let me check who's supposed to come now. Juliana, okay. This says, hi Juliana, can you get into the workshop? Well, sigue, no viene, ya no importa. Ay. Okay. Okay, Julian is not coming. He's not attending the workshop. I don't know what's going on because she's always coming, but well, there's no absences, but let's wait for her. I'm thinking on Dr. Karen. Well, I'm gonna tell her if she comes to the workshop. If she attends the sessions, perfect. If she doesn't, there's no trouble for me. Well, I sent the message to WhatsApp to Juliana, but yes. And well, she's not attending. Oh, I hate to when it happens. When she has 7 minutes more. Let me check who's the next. Alejandro, then Dennis, Luis, and then Dr. Karen. Okay, let's start doing this. I don't want to spend more time than necessary. I would like to get all of this like that. Well, as I was telling you, Dr. Pamela sent a message. She's coming to the surgical room. Okay, she said that. Ronald maybe doesn't come into because he is on shift, but I'm not sure. I don't know what happened with Juliana. That's the second time she's coming late. 2 absences. She's at the university and she told me that. But, yeah. One, two. Two. There's no reason. Now 45 minutes more and 25. And then Alejandro. Okay, let's wait for Juliana. Juliana, maybe something happened, maybe connection disturbances. I don't know. Anything could be. But let me know. It's not difficult to send a message. But sometimes it's not possible if you're out of signal. But let's wait. I got that's now. Maybe. Now I want to change both of them. Oops, I'm sorry. I know, I have to do it. Let's download some files in order to wait for. Oops. Juliana. Message. Ay, ¿por qué no es? Bueno. She did. Again, I'm wasting my time. Hey, Alejandro, can you listen to me? I know. Ah, yes.
Hi, Roger. Good night.
Good night. How are you? How was your day?
Fine. Great. It was great. And yours?
Perfect. Well, it was a busy, really busy day. I have my children with flu. You know what it means. It's not easy.
Yeah.
I getting contagious too. I'm starting my flu now.
Okay, I was with flu last week, and actually I have rhinitis, allergic
Yeah.
rhinitis. I don't know how to say it. So all these days in the mornings I am with constipation.
Oh, well, your nose is without movement. It's with no running
It's
eyes.
not.
It's just, you have a dry nose.
Yeah, a rhinitis.
Well,
Actually, I
patient.
have a question. we in one of the presentations we see that the cough, we say when it's dry, we can say loose, right?
Yes, I think.
And for in the nose, for the rhinorrhea is the same, or is it not?
Is the runny nose? The runny nose when you have some snot. Do you remember the snot? It's a runny noise. The runny nose. Some water and water leaving on all the time.
Okay.
Okay, tonight we have to talk about a specific situation, a specific topic that we are talking through the whole course from the beginning until this moment, and it's the case report. I will to the group in the presentations specific details for taking in account how to do it, how to consider it right in that way. And well, now it's time to point all of them and then check how it's possible to do it without mixing or losing information. Okay. My internet is failing a little bit, or we can start talking. When we talk about the case report, we consider that it's the most important part of the clinical history in general, I mean. Because if you don't take the initial information, maybe, the beginning of the case, with all the information you need, you cannot get the correct diagnosis, right?
Yes.
The same as in Spanish, you have to consider all the possibilities, organize the information, take into conclusion, give a treatment, and that's all, right? In English, we have the same objectives, of course, but we have ways to write down without rounding ideas, without using more information than is necessary, actually, okay? That's why I prepared something like guidelines, talking about the case report specifically. These guidelines are not in a book, because that are my personal notes that I'm sharing with you, with the group. And we have to consider this. It's important to use medical terminology, just that. Writing down in a brief paragraph. It's not a long way of writing down, not long information, just going to the point without mixing or rounding ideas or mixing information or mixing the moment of the chronological events, I mean, right? And we get the order of doing this, one of the most important parts, the general data of the patient. We don't write down the full name, the pathological previous antecedents, the chronic medications taken. It's not important in the clinical history at this moment. It has a specific place to be, and it's not an objective for the case report. It has another place to write down that kind of information.
Okay.
So when you have a chart about general data at the beginning of the clinical history, the same as in Spanish, taking the full name, insurance, health number, location, job, everything you consider necessary. But you don't have to mix the information and repeat that in the case report. This is an example of that. We are going to work on this. And you have, for example, this is a lady talking to us, and she is a 50-year-old housewife. We just write down the age, the sex, and the occupation. If you consider necessarily the occupation, you do that. If it's not necessarily, that's not important. You don't do that. But try to punctualize on the sex and the age, okay? If you consider that you really need to write down the name because it's important for you to give that information, you don't write down the full name. You just write down capital letters. For example, you are Alejandro Martinez Espinosa, right? You just write MEA, the capital letters of your name.
Okay.
No more, not the full name, because the full name is at the beginning in the general data chart. Don't repeat that, just use the capital letters, punctualizing that that's the same patient in the clinical history, right?
Yes, okay.
That's all about the general data. You don't need more. Going ahead. Talking about the chronological order, of course, you as a doctor, the same as in Spanish, receive all the information from the patient and organize, taking account the moment of onset, the moment of changes, and organize the ideas and talk to your patient a lot and getting a conclusion, right? Taking account the chronological order, you have to organize the symptoms. What I mean about organized symptoms, you translate the common expressions to medical terminology. It looks easy, but it's not as we can because we have to catch more vocabulary and then get directly what we are talking about. So talking to the chronological order, organizing symptoms, you have to be so fast and write down, listen to your patient, make your notes and try to make the meanings, and that's all. At this moment, it's not important, the treatment. You don't have to talk about pills, medication, I don't know, shots or something that the patient is receiving in order to control symptoms. That's not a fact. If you talk about medication or drugs, it's just because that medication is the cause of the symptom, okay? For example, when you take diclofenac too much and you were overdosed, you turn red, the red man syndrome. And the patient is going to tell you, I turned it red because I took diclofenac in an overdose and I don't know what to do. For example, it could happen. And I had experience of that. So you have to organize. The patient was taking diclofenac and turned red in a few days ago or 1 day ago before that, and then you explain that situation. So it's a detail that we have to consider. Unless the medication is the cause of the symptom, you don't write down anything about it. Why not? It has a specific place to be at the end of the case report. It's not a topic at this moment. We are going to talk about it in module 2. But now we have to write down the case report and the referral letter, the letter to referral in the module 1, and that's all.
Okay.
Considering these first lines for doing this, we must remember that always we have to write down in past time. You can talk about in, I don't know, simple past tense continuous, it's your choice. It depends on everybody, on each one, and it's your choice how to do it, but always in past.
Okay.
Taking this example, it's a lady that is talking about some symptoms she's feeling now. And she says, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired, but lately I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. Until this point, let's do the case report. A 50-year-old housewife, the general data, who had been well until 4 months previously. Why no, there are 4 months? Because she didn't say here 4 months. We got the information while talking, taking more information. And now we organize the moment, 4 months, of course. Okay. She complained, you see, here's the answer key. She complained of tiredness and malaise. How we know these meanings? Because in these common expressions, she's talking about tiredness and malaise. That's why we have to be so fast translating the ideas and catching the meanings. Going ahead. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. She's talking about 1 year, and now she was talking about 4 months. So the problem has around 1 year of being starting, okay? 4 months ago, she was feeling worse, but 1 year ago, she started with the problem. That's why we organized this idea. She had gained 9 kilos in weight the year before she presented to her GP, general practitioner, although she denied eating more than usual. So you can see how we changed the sentence in order to get the chronological order of the situation without losing information or mixing the meaning, right?
Yes.
So, going ahead, my emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. Going to the report, she was constipated because motions are hard. She was constipated, and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. So you can see how we exchanged all these common expressions to the medical terminology expressions, right?
Yes.
In these first sentences, we have two expressions that means the same, tiredness, with two expressions from the box. We don't have to write synonyms. Just go into one of them and that's enough. Okay? Going to another example. Over to you. This is a 60-year-old man. He's telling to us in present because he's talking at the moment. I have not been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I put off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So you can see all the expressions we have to change are underlined, right? And now we go to the answer. A 60-year-old man presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue. Why we said he presented to the GP? Because in the health system care in UK and United States, you first go to the GP, to the general practitioner. Then the general practitioner refers you to the specialty or to the place for going ahead with the treatment, more studies or something that you really need. That's why we start with this. So GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. You can see it's the same, but in another way of expression. He also complained of anorexia and weight loss 10 kilos. So you can see how we exchange these common expressions to this polite or elegant way of talking with medical terminology, right?
Yes.
Any question about it?
No, I don't have one.
I think it's clear, but we need practice, right?
Yes, I need to practice because some of the symptoms, I don't remember the synonym of with the way of the patient to
talk about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also, I want to ask to if all the workshops can be like this with examples or well, for the UK, one of the tests, the speaking test, I have to simulate that I am treating some person or making like a clinical interview.
Okay, we can try to do it. There's no trouble for me. But at this moment, when we start writing down, I prepare this material.
Okay.
But workshop is focused on solve doubts about the lesson we take. From yesterday, I'm not asking anything because I think it was very clear. So at this moment, I consider it's more important to talk with the case report. Next week, we are going to talk about the referral, the letter to referral, and then a different way of working.
Okay. Yeah. Well, part of the test that I wanna do is making a referral letter. So
yes,
I really need to practice that.
Yes, we are going to work on this next week. Don't worry, it's very important to do it. Okay, so I'm going to send guidelines like this, and it's gonna be easier.
Okay.
Alejandro, can you watch the pool, the diary pool?
Yeah. Yes. I'm doing it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I will try to follow your advice about taking more examples and practicing. Thanks for the and then we are going to work on this, okay?
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
I'm gonna send the homework tomorrow afternoon, like in last week, and you're going to have some days for writing down case reports, okay? Not one, I think I'm gonna send 4 or 5 because of practicing and practicing.
Yes, okay, great. Also, I like the homework of the last week. I feel like I was learning like a kid. Yeah, I
Yes.
like that way.
Yes, I'm going to send homework, of course, with the vocabulary, and then I'm gonna add the case report to it. We have to practice a lot. Practice a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a lot of information. In the final test, you have a specific question about the case report. That's why I'm interested on you practicing how to write down without mixing information or losing data. Well, doing it well, because it's an objective of this course to write down correctly, right?
Okay. Yeah. It's time.
Okay, my dear. So I think that's all. Yeah.
Yeah.
See you next
Okay.
week. Have a nice weekend. Yeah.
Okay. See you, doctor. Thank you, and good night.
Good night. Take care. Hi, Denise. How are you? Denise.
Hi, good night.
Hi, good night. How are you? How was your day?
Can you see me? Yes, right?
Everything okay?
I think so.
Okay.
Or improving at least.
Yes, that's the attitude, going ahead and nothing stops you.
That's the idea.
That's perfect. That's a good way of working and living. So tonight in the workshop, we have a specific topic to talk about. It's a case report. And I prepared some guidelines, could be, for writing down in the correct way these kind of ideas, okay? First of all, these case report guidelines are not underlined in any book because they're my personal notes. And I decided to share it because when we look for information in a book or something like that, it's very long to read and it's not clear. You have to catch the idea while working. And well, in this course, we don't have enough time to do that. I'm sure about it. That's why taking the most important information, I prepare this. And well, we have some topics to consider and practice now. Then you are going to get a good way of doing this. First of all, the case report is the most important part of the clinical history. It's the same as in Spanish. If you take the information from your patient with a mistake, you're going to mix it, you're going to lose, you're going to fail the diagnosis maybe, and don't get the correct information or activity to your patient. That's why it's important to consider that the case report is the same as the historia de enfermedad actual. That's why you have to take the information, organize it in a chronological time, but with topics that in Spanish we don't use. In Spanish, we Latins, round information, talk too much about a thing, mix times. We don't give all the details that maybe we don't consider important, but it's not the same as in English. In English, patient is before the appointment with the doctor, and practicing, they go to visit the doctor with an idea what they are going to talk about, not improvising. And it's nice. It's a good way of working with them. In that way,
it's straight to the point, right?
Yes, they just go to the point, don't lose in time, don't waste in time. So we have to consider that we have to write down using medical terminology, not the patient expressions, because they don't need to round ideas and give the explanation of the patient into paper. Just go to the point with medical terminology, being clear, going to the topic, and that's all. And we have to write down a brief paragraph. It's not a long paragraph to do. Just we go to the point and that's all. We consider the general data of the patient, but not all of the data that we in Latin America use. We just write down the age, the sex, and if you consider important, the occupation, because of the risks that could be involved with this. If you don't consider it necessarily the occupation, don't write down it. It's not an obligation, but the age and the sex, of course, they are. If you need or you consider that the name of the patient has to be there, you don't have to write down the full name. You just use capital letter. For example, you are Denise Molina Gonzalez, right? you use
correct.
MGD, the capital letters of your name. The MGD, this is, here's MGD, I don't know, 35-year-olds, general practitioner, for example. And then you start with the history. You don't give more details. Why not you write down the full name? Because you have a complete chart with general data at the beginning of the clinical report of the complete full history. So in that order, you don't have to repeat information. In that chart, we are going to check it in module 2. In the chart, you have the name, occupation, location, health insurance, everything you need about it. And well, you don't have to repeat information. That's objective. Going ahead, you consider the chronological order. As I was telling you, patients practice their speech. And they organize the ideas before going to the appointment.
Same as in Spanish.
Yes, in Spanish, patients usually improvise and tell everything mixing times, talking about how they feel now, how they were feeling 4 months ago, the changes they did, why they are.
Yeah, you're taking the thing that you need.
Yes, they mix ideas, and you have to sometimes take notes and reorganize all the speech of your patient, right? In English, could be a little more organized when you are talking, but you consider the chronological order of the events, the same as in Spanish. In English, do the same activity, but you organize the symptoms. Why I mean with organize the symptoms? You translate the common expressions from the patient to the medical terminology. You don't mix, you don't write down the expression, specifically words of the patient. Medical terminology, don't forget it. At this moment, it's not important, the treatment. You don't talk about medication that the patient is taking or what he did for controlling symptoms. It's not important. It's not the fact now. Why not? Because at the end of the case report, you have a chart to do it. But it's not a topic at this moment. You're going to talk about it in another moment, okay? Moreover, you always write down in past time. Never in present, never in another way. Always in past simple, past continuous. It's your choice. It's depending on the situation, the explanation, you have to talk in past. If you talk in present, it's a huge mistake because the patient is not with you. It's not going to show or to be maybe when you report the case to the supervisor or the superior. That's why when you write down in past, it's going to be organized your idea in the correct way.
Yeah.
Okay, going ahead. Here in this bubble and this box, we have an example of a case report. And this is what the patient is talking to us. It's a lady that has some symptoms, and she says, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just felt color and a bit tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. Until here, you consider the general data, 50-year-old housewife, you know the age, the sex is indeed the occupation, right?
Occupation.
And now we organize who had been well until 4 months previously. Why we know there were 4 months? Because we were asking more and getting the correct time of being well or unwell, okay? Number 1, she complained, you can see it's in past, she complained of tiredness and malaise. Talking these expressions from here, you have 2 expressions that are talking about tiredness. If 2 expressions have the same idea, you don't write down synonyms. Just write down one symptom and then the other different symptom, tiredness and malaise. Going ahead. She says, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. Okay, so we organized it and we said she had gained 9 kilos in weight the year before she presented to her GP, to her general practitioner, although she denied eating more than usual. Now we reorganize the expression of the patient in order to understand that the problem is not for 4 months just. It started 1 year ago because the patient is gaining weight. Is gaining weight for 1 year, and then the GP catch in mind that idea and organize the information. Going ahead, my motions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. And we said she was constipated and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. So you can see how we exchange the order of the sentences, how we translate, and we catch the meanings of the ideas that the patient is telling to us. And you can consider the information of this in order to reorganize and give a good case report.
Okay.
We have another example here. It's about a 60-year-old man, and he's talking in the Bible in present because he's complaining of you, and he says, I have not been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So you can see, we have underlined the specific phrases that we have to exchange. And now we got the answer. General data, a 60-year-old man presented to his GP. Why presented to his GP? Because in some healthcare systems in UK, United States, in Europe in general, and United States, you first go to the general GP, to the general practitioner.
And then they refer.
Yes. Yes. And then you go to the specialty you need, and that's okay. He has to refer to you. But the general practitioner says, a 60-year-old man presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. We have here malaise and fatigue for several months. He also complained of anorexia and weight loss 10 kilos. We had anorexia and lost 10 kilos, right? You see the same information with another way of expression, okay?
Yeah, more technical.
Okay, I'm gonna send homework tomorrow afternoon in order to practice the case reports, and then we can work with this, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so try to check it, practice with this. I'm gonna send the file to the group while finishing, and I think that's all. So, okay, any question, Danny?
No, I think that maybe practicing with this, I can have a better idea.
Okay, if there's any question while writing, please let me know by a message. There is no trouble, okay?
Okay.
Because at the beginning it might be confusing, I know. But don't worry, we can work on this. And homework, well, of course, you're going to have enough time for writing down everything.
Okay. Well,
okay,
well,
so
thank you. Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Have a nice weekend, Dennis.
You too.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night too.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hi, Luis. How are you?
Good, teacher. How are you? I'm fine.
Good night. Nice to see you. How was your day? Everything okay?
Yes.
Okay,
the same.
perfect.
What were you talking about, teacher? This is the
case report.
This is the
we
next.
are talking about it last week. From the beginning of the course. The first and the second week, we are talking about the case report. During the slides, I'm showing you details about the complaining of, use abbreviations, use medical terminology. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Now is the moment to give you some guidelines to consider this kind of information and start writing down the clinical history.
Okay.
It is not as hard as we think, but we have to practice in order to write down correctly And of course, making a good final test of the module 1 because it's going to be a question.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, these guidelines, you're not going to find them in a book because they are my personal notes. I mean, I decided to prepare this material in order to organize an easy way to write down, because when you go in a book and look for information, it's a mess. It's very long and it's not so clear. I learned it while writing down and practicing, and I think it's a better way to do it in this way, okay?
Okay.
First of all, we have to consider that we have to use medical terminology. Just medical terminology, don't the expressions of the patient. Even if we use landmarks, hyphens, that's not the idea. We have to use medical terminology just in order to write down correctly. And we have to talk about a brief paragraph. It's not long information. Sometimes when we make the clinical history in Spanish, some teachers, some professors told to us that as long as it's the best. If it's longer, it's better, but it's not the truth. In English, you have to go to the point without mixing information, without giving extra explanations, without rounding ideas. So the best way is a brief paragraph, and then consider that it's the information that you really need to hear and to practice with, okay?
Okay.
The first point is the general data of the patient. Talking about the general data, you don't write down the full name of the patient in the case report. You have two options just. You can avoid the name. Why don't using the name at this part? Because you have it in the general data chart at the beginning of the clinical history. It's a complete full term when you got the name, occupation, location, health insurance number, phone number, I don't know, all the details you consider necessary. From that chart, doctors are used not to take again the information and repeat it. But if you think that it's necessary to do it, there's no way of avoiding this information, you can use the capital letters of your name. For example, you are Luis Ochoa Lopez, right? While using the capital letters, you use OLL. That's all.
Okay.
OLL, then the age, then the sex, and then the occupation, and that's all.
Okay.
It's going to the point. You are not repeating extra information, even though if you decide not to write down the occupation, there is no problem because you have the occupation in the general data chart. But you can repeat it for considering the risk of the general occupation that you are presenting in the case report. If it has a brief relationship with the symptoms, there's no trouble. You can do it if you consider it necessary. If you don't, no problem, okay?
Okay.
Moreover, you have a chronological order. In the chronological order, you organize the ideas, you get from the beginning of the situation until the end, organizing the events, right? The same as in Spanish. Considering that in English, that organizing ideas, that order is with medical terminology. When I said organize the symptoms, I mean translate the expression of the patient to the medical term. You cannot repeat the expression of the patient. It's not correct. Okay, chronological order with medical term talking about symptoms, and that's all. At this moment, it's not important the treatment. What I mean with that, you don't have to talk about medication, drugs that the patient is taking for a chronic situation like diabetes or high blood pressure. You don't have to talk about it. It's not a fact at this moment. Maybe in Spanish, in Latin America, we make that kind of information because we consider it necessary. But in English now, you have a specific chart ahead from this case report, and then you can write down all that information. We are going to work on this in the module 2. So there is no trouble. At this moment, you don't have to talk about any medication unless the medication or the pill is the cause of the symptom. Okay.
Yeah.
For example, if you take, I don't know, too much diclofenac and then go with the gastritis, you have to talk about it because the diclofenac is the cause of the situation.
Exactly.
But it's not the most important part at this moment unless you have that observation, okay?
Okay.
One of the most important part, write down in past time, always in past time. Don't mix moments, don't mix using present and then past. You can say simple past, past continuous, I don't know, the way you like, but in past, okay? Without mixing times. In this bubble and chart, we have an example of a case report. Here, a lady is talking to us about symptoms. And here we have this report when we got the information, okay?
Okay.
The lady says, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just felt off color and a bit tired, but lately I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. Here in this explanation, we have some expressions that are talking about symptoms, right?
Yes.
Go into the case report. General data first. A 50-year-old housewife. We know she was a housewife. That's why the sex is indeed this information. Who has been well until 4 months previously. Why we know there are 4 months? Because that's the speech of the patient. We as a doctors are taking more information, taking more data, and then organize that there were 4 months of being unwell, okay? And we start with this. She complained of tiredness and we have the key, malaise, right? So if you check here, you have here 3 expressions, but 2 symptoms. Why it happens? Here you have 2 expressions that talk about tiredness, right? You don't have to write down synonyms. Just choose one. The most you like more, I don't know, the one you like the most, I don't know. The most important for you from those similar symptoms. Write one of them and then the one that is different. That's why you don't have three medical terms for each expression, each term. No, that is not the objective. As brief as you can is better. Okay, going ahead. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. So we are going to the case report. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP general practitioner. So she's going because she has tiredness and malaise. And now we get the rest of the information. She had gained 9 kilos a year before the complete situation. And now she's noticing that maybe she was practicing the speech and got the idea, but didn't express, because gaining weight, it's not a usual symptom of going to the doctor. The most important complaints are the malaise and tiredness, right?
Yeah.
So she got to her general practitioner, although she denied eating more than usual. You can see here, we exchanged the place of the expressions the patient said. We reorganized the idea in order to show a correct expression way of talking, okay? Going ahead. My emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. Going to the report. She was constipated and she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. You see, you changed the common expressions, right? Another example. It's about a 60-year-old man, and it says, I have not been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my foot and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So considering that information, you can see that the patient is talking about in present. I'm gonna share the screen again. I'm sorry, I closed it by a mistake. So considering the patient is talking in present, And now you consider to exchange the expressions, the common expressions to the patient to the medical terms. So while talking to this, you can make this exchange. Listen to me, and then we are gonna read while it's still uploading, okay?
Okay.
We can say, for being clearly, a 60-year-old man presented to his GP, to his general practitioner. Why he was presented to his GP? Because in another health system care, for example, UK and United States, the ones for English specifically, about their organization, you first go to the general practitioner, and then the general practitioner refers you to a specialty, okay? Refers you to a hospital, because it's a situation that needs studies that you cannot do this. You cannot send because you're a GP and it's not your way of working, maybe, okay?
Okay.
For example, here in Latin America, we can go to a private consultation and then get everything we need. It's not the same in other countries. You need the opinion of the general practitioner first.
Yes.
In this case report, we say a 60-year-old man presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. Here we have underlined the symptoms. And we just organize from the worst to the second, and then we continue. He also complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. Okay, he's been off food, he's with anorexia and lost 10 kilos. It's the same information in a different order, okay?
Yes, exactly.
So you catch the difference, and that's correct. Any question until this point about this?
No.
Okay. I sent you the answer, the pool for your attendance. And well, let's fill it.
Thank you to you, teacher. This homework is going to be for the this weekend, right?
Yes, every weekend I send homework. I give you 3 or 4 days, depending on the situation, and there's no problem. I need to check if you are catching the meanings, the ideas, or maybe we need to work more on this.
Okay, thank you. And the exam, when is it?
The final test.
Yes.
Okay, I can send you the date tomorrow, because on Monday here in Bolivia we have a holiday. And actually, I'm not sure if we're going to have a class on Monday. I consider we can do it because we don't have enough time for finishing all the classes, but it depends on the academical superior. I'm going to talk again about it tomorrow. I'm going to send you a message, okay?
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Sorry, teacher, the answers of the last homework, are you going to?
Yes, I'm going to send this. Don't worry. If I don't send it tonight while finishing the workshop, I'm going to send it with the homework tomorrow. Don't worry. You're going to receive it and check your answers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Liz. Thank you for being on time. Don't worry. And, well, everything you need, you can send me a message, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, teacher. Good night.
Okay, good night. Have a nice weekend. Well, now it's time to Dr. Karen Flores. I'm going to send her a message. So, your time. I'm gonna send a message here because it's important to be fair for everybody, and then consider this specific situations. Okay, let's wait for her. If she doesn't come, that's not my business. Well, let's wait. And now she wants anybody to be with her. How would I know this? Lavender. Let me ask for Juliana if she can come. That's why I'm expecting to do this. I don't like to work in this way. Okay, let's do it as dependence. Well, now Juliana said it's not attending the class. Let me ask Ronald if she's going to come. I got the power with this. Maybe he's not coming. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. Or he's not telling me anything. Let's ask friend maybe. I don't have any answer from Ronald. Quiere ver con. Me envió tarea. Me puse que iba a poner. Ronald me envió tarea. Well, I don't have any answer from anybody. I know that Ronald is on duty. He told me that last time we talked, yes, in the last workshop, because yesterday and tonight he is on duty with patients and in the intensive care unit. It's not easy. He didn't send homework. Well, it's none of my business. I might start. I must prepare the message and must start downloading homework. That's all. Download information. Should I? Okay. Let's go up there for just 2 minutes more. Yeah. It's done. She's late, but she did, and she's making it for two. I really appreciate when they make an extra effort. Leonard and Yes, we don't Ronald, well, there's no answer from Ronald. I sent him a private message and he doesn't say anything. Ronald doesn't say anything. And then it's supposed to come here. Hello, Melissa. Melissa. You can begin the workshop. Let's wait. Yes, your class. It's here the session. If it gets into, that's perfect for me. If there is no problem. Well, Melissa asked for something and there is no trouble for me. She's nice. She's a cute girl. So now you have 10 minutes. Well, let's see if he comes. I'm going to change the vote and I'm going to go up. Ivan is going to come at the end. There's no trouble for me to make those changes. Ivana and then... Hi. Hi, Danielle. It's nice to see you again. You are out of microphone. I need to hear you. If we don't talk, I cannot evaluate you.
Hi, Doc. Hi.
How are you? You are missed. I mean, I cannot talk to you so
Yesterday?
so regular. Yes, you didn't come yesterday. Ah, you were? No.
Yes.
Yes, you are. Yes, you were a little late, I think. That's why that yesterday was my fault with the connection, but tonight I corrected it. That's a good idea. Okay, Daniel, tonight we have a specific topic to talk about, but we don't have too much time because, well, actually I was calling for coming a little earlier, so let's stay until the next student comes, okay?
Okay.
During this course from the beginning, I've been talking about the case report. Do you remember that?
One moment.
Okay. My screen is sharing, okay? Can you watch it?
Yes.
Okay, in the case report, we have to consider that it's the moment to start writing down in English in order to start working on this and getting ideas about the whole information, okay? And considering this information, I prepared these topics to make a guideline for not mixing all the information or not having trouble, okay?
Okay.
So we have to consider that everything is written in medical terminology, not with the expression of the patient. I'm telling you this from the beginning of the course because it's important to catch the expression of the patient and translate maybe to the medical term we are talking about, okay? And it's a brief paragraph. It's not a long explanation. You just go to the point without mixing information, okay?
Okay.
You have to consider the general data of the patient because obviously we all know that it's important for us to talk about specific details, but in English, you don't have to write down all the information, right?
Right.
You have to use specific ways of writing down of expression, considered like this, just the age, the sex, and if you consider important, the occupation. If it's not important because there's not a direct relationship with the case report, it's not necessary to do this.
Okay.
In Spanish, we write down the full name of the patient, right?
Right.
But in English, we don't need to do that. Why not? Because we have a specific chart where we can talk about it, where we can say, express that idea, and then we don't have to repeat information. I mean, we have the chart of general data, taking the full name, location, age, date of birth, health insurance number, everything you need. And you don't have to repeat it because you are going to the point in a brief idea, in a brief concept, without repeating information, without mixing information, okay?
Okay.
You have the chronological order. You organize the symptoms in order of appearance, considering the complaint symptoms at the beginning, and then you give the explanation of the rest of the symptoms, the same as in Spanish. You reorganize the chronological order of the patient in order to get the diagnosis, okay?
Okay.
So when I said organize the symptoms, I mean translate the expression of the patient to the medical term.
Oh.
Okay? At this moment, it's not important to talk about the treatment because you are not going to report the medication that the patient is taking for a chronic situation like diabetes, for example. You're not going to explain that. It's not the moment. It has a specific chart in another place of the clinical history. We are going to talk about it in the module 2, not now. It's not an objective, okay?
Okay.
And an important idea, always writing down in past time, always in past. Don't mix information, don't mix sentences in past and present because it might be a huge mistake. Just in past, simple past, past continuous, it's your choice, but in past, okay?
Okay.
So going ahead, here in this bubble, we have an example of a lady referring a case. And she says, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired. But lately, I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. Yes, my screen is going to share again. I'm sorry. I got that mistake with my computer. Thank you for understanding. In this bubble, a lady is explaining us a situation, and she's using the common expressions. And now we are going to exchange to the medical terms, okay?
Okay.
And we have a box side the bubble. You check that, right? In that box, we are going to check and complete all the data. Okay, so don't worry about it. Let me show it again. It's my laptop. It's running crazy and make me mad.
Don't worry.
I don't know what's happening with it. Okay, it's uploading. At this moment, we can check at the beginning of the box. It's gonna share. Okay, can you watch it?
No.
Okay, let's wait a little bit. Maybe now. No, it's not uploading. Okay, now it's uploading. Now you can watch it, right?
Yes.
Okay, here we have the chart, and it's the bubble of the lady. Again, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired, but lately I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day. She's expressing us that she has many symptoms with common expressions, right? And we go to the case report. A 50-year-old housewife who has been well until 4 months previously. How we know there are 4 months? Because we as a doctors are asking for more information. And then we can realize that there are 4 months with the principal complaints, okay?
Okay.
And now in these sentences, we can see that there are 2 phrases that are talking about tiredness. And we go to the key. Well, she complained of tiredness. We don't have to write down 2 times the same symptom, just once, and that's enough. And number 2, malaise. Here in these sentences, we have the answer, okay?
Okay.
The tiredness and malaise. Let's finish this box. Going ahead. I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. Going to the case report. She had gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented to her GP. How we get that it was a year? Because she's, while talking, we get that she was dealing with this problem for 1 year, but it's not the cause of the appointment with the doctor. It's not the cause of the consultation. The consultation is because tiredness and malaise. And now while talking, she says that from a year ago, she's gaining weight, 9 kilos in 1 year, although she denied eating more than usual. So you can see we've changed the order of the sentence without missing information. That's important to do, okay?
Okay.
Going ahead. My emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. So we report she was constipated. We translate the common expression. And she noticed that her hair had started to fall out. So you can see, when we translate these expressions to the case report, we just are talking about symptoms, right?
Right.
So in that way, we can work on this. In the second example that is easier to catch, it's about a 60-year-old man, and he says, I haven't been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. So you can see the patient is talking in present, right?
Right.
But now going to the case report, here we have the answer. A 60-year-old man presented to his GP. Why presented to his GP? Because in so many countries, from Europe and United States and many places, you first go to the general practitioner. You get the evaluation and then he refers you to the specialist. You don't go at the beginning to the specialist. You have to follow the order of the healthcare system in order to organize the attention. That's why you go to the general practitioner and the general practitioner makes the case report. A 60-year-old man presented to his general practitioner with malaise and fatigue for several months. Here you have fatigue, here you have malaise. He also complained of anorexia of my food and weight loss of 10 kilos. So you can see, you got the same information, but translated in medical terminology, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna send this file while ending the workshop. And please check it and do the homework, okay? I'm gonna send the homework tomorrow afternoon. Okay, Daniel?
Okay, Doc.
Okay, let me send you the pool and please fill it.
Okay.
Okay, for attendance, that's the best.
All finished.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for coming on time. So we are going to talk next week. Have a nice weekend, Daniel.
Have a nice weekend, Doc. Thank you. See you.
So much. See you. Bye-bye. Yes, hi, doctor. I'm free now.
Yes. Hi.
How are you?
Hello.
Hi, how are you? How was your day, doc? I think working a
Fine.
lot.
Yes, I'm working. I had many patients this afternoon.
Yes, I know it's not easy. Even your specialty is so hard.
Yes.
Yes, but well,
Yes.
now I was calling some students and they are not coming, so there's no trouble. We can change the schedule and that's all. Yeah. I talked to the academic supervisor and she said that it was okay.
Okay. Wow.
So if there is a situation like that, you know, we can exchange the schedule. There's no trouble, okay?
Okay.
So today, can you watch my screen? I'm sharing
Yes, I can.
details of writing. And now it's the moment of start writing down the case report, I mean. And we are talking about it from the beginning of the course. Do you remember I sent in the presentations details like the C/O, the ways of taking notes and something like that, right?
Yes.
So the case report is the first step, and it's one of the most important parts because we are catching all the information from our patients, and then we organize and give a specific order. These guidelines are made by myself. Yeah, I prepare the material because when I was reading it while studying at the university, at the med school, it was a lot of information without a clear topic. And while preparing this course, I catched the best way of doing this that was taking the most important ideas and showing to you, because it's not a good idea to send you a file that doesn't give you a clear information, considering that we don't have too much time for studying.
Okay.
In that way, first of all, as I've been telling you all the course, we have to use medical terminology just, not the information, the phrases of the patient. Maybe if it's a very important phrase or expression that we consider it's necessary to write down, we can use it in the report, in the case report, in hyphens, expressing that it's just an exception for understanding what we are trying to express, but it's not a common situation to happen. Because you have to go to the symptom in medical term, and well, if it is necessary, do it, there's no trouble. But the idea is to write down a brief paragraph, not very long one. As brief as it is the best. If you give some information, round ideas, repeat symptoms, that's not a good case report. It's not considered like that. We have to consider the general data of the patient. When we talk about, for example, in this box, you can see here, we don't write down the name of the patient.
Yes.
We don't use that information. We just write down the age, the sex, and if it's necessarily the occupation. If the occupation is without a relationship with the symptoms, you can avoid it. It's your choice. And moreover, if you really need to write out the name you consider it's necessarily because it has a reason to be, you just use capital letters, not the full name. For example, with your name could be CSR, that's all.
Okay.
Just capital letters, not the complete name, because you have a specific box, a specific chart at the beginning of the clinical history expressing all the medical general information with the full name, location, occupation, relatives, health insurance number, and all the information you need. And the idea is not to repeat that information from that box. You have to be brief, going to the point, and expressing the idea in the way it needs to be. So age, sex, and occupation, it's enough. Moreover, we use the chronological order, the same as in the Spanish, but considering that patients always mix information, exchanges the set or the onset of the symptoms, and we have to reorganize the idea to get the chronological, the correct one, considering that the complaining situation goes at the beginning, and then goes the support of this, of the rest of the principal complaint, okay?
Perfect.
Here,
Okay,
I mean, organize the symptoms, I refer, or I want to say that we have to translate from the expression of the patient to the medical report, to the medical term. As I was telling you, we don't use the expression of the patient. We translate, we catch the meaning. Sometimes patients use 2 or 3 phrases, common phrases expressing the same symptom. We don't write synonyms. We just write one symptom expressing that 3 ideas, and that's enough. At this moment, it's not important the treatment. I mean, in the case report, we don't talk about medication, but any case, unless the medication is related to the symptom, we all know this. And the most important that we make a mistake, always write down in past time. Simple past, past continuous, depending on the situation, you choose the best way on grammar, but always in past. If it's in present, or maybe without a clear moment, it's a huge mistake, and it's going to be considered not a correct case report. Okay?
Perfect. Perfect. Okay.
At this moment, we have this chart with bubble and this chart as an example of the case report. And I'm the words memorizing, that's, I have the key. I cannot memorize, my brain doesn't have that capability. So we got this information from a lady, and she says, I was well until a few months ago. In the beginning, I just fell off color and a bit tired, but lately I've been feeling completely worn out at the end of the day, until here. We go to the case report, the general data, a 50-year-old housewife. Okay, now in that we have the sex. And we got this, who had been well until 4 months previously. How we know there were 4 months? Because this is the speech of the patient. And then we're talking on, while asking for, we got more information and catch that there were 4 months with symptoms. That's why we express this. We don't say few months ago. We try to catch the specific time we are talking about. She complained, you can see it's in past, she complained of tiredness and malaise. You can check this, right? Okay. Why just tiredness? Because here we have 3 expressions. 2 of them are talking about tiredness. And you can see we don't use synonyms. We just use one symptom for these 2 expressions, trying to make as a resume of the most important symptom because it has 2 supporting ideas for catching the most important way, and malaise. So tiredness and malaise are the complaining of situation because the patient is in an appointment with the GP, with the general practitioner, okay?
Okay.
Going ahead, the patient says, I'm not eating any more than usual, but I put on 9 kilos in the last year. So she's not talking about just 4 months of the situation, maybe 4 months with tiredness and malaise, but she has 1 year gaining weight without any reason because she's not eating more. So we reorganize the idea and we express like this. She has gained, again in past, she has gained 9 kilos in weight in the year before she presented or she get the appointment to her general practitioner, although she denied eating more than usual. So you can see we exchanged the place of the sentences she's expressing to us, but we got the same information in the correct order, right? It's like a job, or it's like an exercise for changing the expressions, but it's nice to do it because in grammar we practice a lot. Going ahead, she says, my emotions are hard and my hair has started to fall out. So we translate to the medical term. She was constipated and she noticed that her hair has started to fall out. So you can see all the common expressions we exchanged and we got the correct place of every idea. And we have the supporting ideas to the complaining symptom expressed here because there is a year with the problem, not just for months. So this is a good case report for as an example to consider for practicing, for start writing down. Okay?
Okay, perfect.
We have one example more. It is about a 60-year-old man, and we have underlined all the expressions that are for changing, for translating. The patient, of course, is talking in present. I have not been myself for several months now. I feel completely worn out after doing anything. I've been off my food and I've lost 10 kilos in weight. Now going to the case report. A 60-year-old man presented to his GP. Why he presented to his GP? Because in many health insurance in Europe, Asia, United States, you have to go to the GP first and then he refers to the specialist, right? It's a good idea to do that, but it's not possible.
Here not.
Here it's not the way of work.
Yes.
So we express this, presented to his GP with malaise and fatigue for several months. We have here malaise and fatigue for several months. He also complained of being off my food, complained of anorexia and weight loss of 10 kilos. We reorganized this idea in a very brief expression, right? That's the idea.
Okay.
That's the examples we prepared for today. And of course, tomorrow I'm gonna send homework. I think 4 or 5 clinical cases, clinical situations, and then you're going to send me back the case reports. And moreover, of course, the rest of the usual homework, vocabulary, crosswords, and things like that. It's gonna be almost the same quantity of homework than last week.
Okay, perfect. 4 or 5 cases?
Just 4 or 5 for practice. I have to check and prepare all the situations. Maybe during conversations, you have to check the information to catch up all the order and then reorganize the idea. I'm still preparing this and it's not as easy as it looks. So we have to prepare this. Doctor, I have a question. Tomorrow we have a holiday, right?
Yes, on Monday.
Yes, on Monday, tomorrow.
Monday.
So on Monday, we are supposed to have a theoretical class. Do you remember that on Mondays we have our class?
Yes.
I've been asking for our colleagues here if we can take the theoretical class on Monday, or if you prefer to exchange the week. So I don't know. Is that okay to come on Monday, or do you want to start on Tuesday? Because I have to talk again with the academic supervisor, and it depends on the students, she told me.
Okay. I do not have problem with Monday. For me it's okay. Yes, for me it's okay on Monday. But I don't know what the majority of us say. But I don't.
Said it was okay.
Yes. I don't worry. But really, I would prefer that we on Monday. But
yes, because if we don't take this on Monday, we are going to move all the schedule, and maybe the test is going to be on a different day. It's not.
Yes.
It's not okay, I think.
Yes, that's the problem. Well, I don't know. On Monday, we are going to free. I think no, more free than the rest of the week.
Yes, it's gonna be easier, I think.
Yes,
Because
but
we
I
have
don't know.
to-
I
we
don't know
have
what say the others.
No, they said the same, that was okay on Monday. So taking this general information, yeah, I can talk to the supervisor and tell her that we are going to have the class. It's better for everybody.
Yes, it's better. I agree.
So, okay, perfect. So these case report guidelines are my personal notes. I think they are useful. Yeah. I'm going to send to the group in order to get the idea for working. I'm not mixing information, okay?
Okay, super,
So
excellent.
there is no questions on this. It's clear to check, but it's practice. That's all.
Yes, for me it's clear. Thanks.
Thanks for you for attending this at this moment because it's late now.
To you, yes, no, to you. Thanks for being receptive.
I understand. You're on duty. It's not easy at this moment. It's not easy to work, and I was telling you, your specialty is hard enough, and I don't know how you can do it and you can understand all of that situations.
I don't know either.
I couldn't be in your place. Being in your shoes is not easy.
Yes. But I have to.
I really cannot manage that kind of pathologies. I'm not prepared for that. And certainly when I was working in the emergency room, I always said, please, trauma, and accident, something like that. Not a neurological in kids because it breaks my heart. In order, I have kids. I see them and I can cry with parents, and I know it's not easy for me.
The parents is the worst part.
Yes, I think so.
Yes, the parents are difficult. Always are difficult, but I have to.
Yes, you can handle this.
Yes, but well, thanks, Iris. I'm going to expect for homework tomorrow afternoon. Yes.
Yes, tomorrow around 4 or 5. When I got a specific moment while doing this, my kids are sick. My 2 babies are with flu, so they got fever in bad idea to stay with there. But that's a fact I have.
Yes. No, don't worry. Okay.
I don't know. Both of them got sick together, and I said, "Why? It's going to be with me. I'm going to be contagious too."
Yes, no, for sure. Okay, Iris, you need to rest then.
Yes, I think so. Okay, Doug. So I'm going to send a message to the group confirming the situation that on Monday we are going to have the class.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please. Okay.
Okay.
So is the pool? I don't know.
No, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I didn't know what to say. Hi. I'm sorry, cannot listen to you.
I don't know, the pool, the encuesta.
The diary pool. It's uploading. I changed my devices. I'm combining 2 of them in order to get a better web connection, maybe, but it's failing in both. Did you receive the pool? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you, Iris.
No, thanks to you for your attendance.
See you Monday. Have a nice weekend.
Have a nice weekend too. Bye.
Yes, long weekend. Bye.
No, don't say that. Take a weekend free.
Okay. Bye, Iris. Bye.
Bye, see you. Okay, I received a message. I don't know who's writing down. I want to die. I'm on duty. I'm saturated with patients. Okay, I understand. Okay, understand. I'm gonna write down the I'm gonna okay, don't worry, better, don't worry. I'm tired. Is the classmate in or okay? Now it's time to finish. Nobody came. Melissa was asking for coming in, so she was supposed to be at 11:15. Let me check the. Okay, let me share the screen again and explain this situation. Today, because of the unassistance students, talking to my academical supervisor, I decided to exchange the schedule and say that I'm going to reorganize the schedule of the workshop because they are not coming, and I'm losing time waiting for them, and I have things to do, of course, and I have a family to support. Moreover, it's not an excuse because I know it's my job, but I cannot stand waiting and waiting without an answer. I'm losing time without a reason. That's why I reorganized it, considering that all the absences, homework, and the way of seriously taking this course. And I didn't receive a correct answer. Today, Karen didn't come, and she is not coming to the classes. She didn't send homework. Well, it's her choice. I don't take it personal, but well, patience, I cannot change the schedule because she has a personal situation, because I have students that are responsible and students that ask for change in a schedule at the moment because of an emergency, because they are on job, on duty, and I understand. And I try to help them because we all are working and we need this moment. For example, Melissa was asking in the chat of the WhatsApp about the situation, but now she didn't come into. She was supposed to be at 11:15, but now it's 11:30 and she didn't come. So she's absent. There's no way of helping her. She's absent. She's not coming to any class. So in that way, she asks, she doesn't come. It's none of my business. On the other hand, I know Ronald has a lot of patients. He's on duty almost all the time. He has shifts to close. Well, I'm sorry, it's his choice to take this course, and I'm not going to take in consideration its situation and then give him a special moment. No, I'm sorry. I have to be fair to everybody and take it in the way it's important for everybody. In that order, I'm going to exchange Ivana and Karen because both of them asked for it. Ivana needs to come later. Karen needs to come earlier. But I have to talk to my academical supervisor. In that order, I exchange this schedule, and that's all. No more exchanges because all of these people on this at the beginning has no absences, are not failing to the course. So I have no way to move them because one wants to stay earlier, and even that one that wants to stay earlier is not coming. That's all I have to say about it. We all have rules to follow. We have to come to understand this, and well, that's all. So good night, everybody. I'm gonna finish this YouTube session. So bye-bye.